Доброе утро, уважаемые коллеги.
Good morning, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. This morning's session of the plenary session of the International Environmental Forum, the Day of the Baltic Sea, opens a two-day program of the 22nd International Forum, which is held in a traditional forum for the second year. We are holding it in a mixed format. Some participants are here with us, the others are online. They can see us, they can hear us, and they can ask questions. The forum is supported by the government of the Russian Federation, the Ministry of Environment of the Russian Federation, with participation of the Ministry for Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation and the Maritime Collegium at the government of the Russian Federation. This year, as of now, we have 350 participants registered. Except for the plenary session, we're going to have 6 more meetings and sessions on waste management and maritime environment assessment and assessment of negative impact of economic activity on the environment of the Leningrad region. That's what we're going to discuss today. Now the welcoming words will be said by the representative of the government of St. Petersburg, Alexander Viktorovich Germanov. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. On behalf of the government of the city, we are glad to welcome all the participants of the 22nd Forum, the Day of the Baltic Sea. The forum was set up in 1986. Since then, it has been operating, contributing to the international cooperation of the Baltic countries' success. We are holding a lot of water protection events. We are cleaning rivers and canals of St. Petersburg, thus improving the state of our nature. We'd like to welcome all of you and wish you a constructive work and success. Thank you. Thank you, Alexander Viktorovich. Now, the floor is given to the Director of the Department for International Cooperation and Environment of the Ministry of Natural Resources of the Russian Federation, Mr. Kuchev. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome participants of the 22nd International Environmental Forum, the Day of the Baltic Sea. On behalf of the Ministry for Natural Resources and Environment of the Russian Federation, today in St. Petersburg, we celebrate the Day of the Baltic Sea, as it was decided at the session of the HELCOM Committee in 1968. That was the International Water Day. That's why I would like to congratulate you on this day, dear forum participants. The Baltic Sea is our home, and we have to take care of it and protect its environment, and we have to improve its environmental condition, regardless of the borders. In October 2021 in Lübeck, Germany, the action plan on the Baltic Sea was updated alongside with supplementary documents in order to improve the efficiency of measures we are taking to develop and improve the condition of the Baltic Sea and the region as a whole. The Russian Federation, fulfilling its obligations under the HELCOM Committee, actively participated in the preparation of this updated version of the document, because it is truly important to fulfill all the strategic tasks. We have achieved some tangible results. We reduced anthropogenic load, on the region. However, all the goals set before have not been fulfilled 100%. That's why we have to improve organization of our work and act more efficiently. Long-term strategic goals of the social and economic development of the region take into account the potential and resources of our region. We are developing branch-specific and regional plans for adaptation to climatic changes, including St. Petersburg, Leningrad, and Kaliningrad regions. We are working towards the improvement of the environment. We are digitalizing its indicators, and we are spreading information among population. I would like to especially note St. Petersburg, one of the key scientific centers of Russia and the entire world, where a lot of scientific research is going on waste management and rational natural resources management and climate change adaptation. The International Environmental Forum, the Day of the Baltic Sea, is a platform for the government and people to communicate, to share results, and exchange advanced practices. I believe that the 22nd Forum will contribute to forming the unified principles of working in the region. Thus, I would like to wish all the participants fruitful discussions, exchange the valuable experience, which is so important for us to fulfill our strategic goals and strategies. Thank you so much for participation. You highlighted extremely important issues. We are going to discuss them not only at the forum, but at the other event, environment of the big city, digitalization, international cooperation, climate change adaptation. All these are very important topics. Now the floor is given to the Deputy Director of Foreign Affairs Department, Mr. Kapilin. Good afternoon, dear participants of the 22nd International Forum, the Day of the Baltic Sea. Good afternoon, dear friends of the Baltic Sea. On behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I'm glad to welcome you, those who are here in the hall and those who are connected online. I'd like to congratulate you on this day. For 2 decades, the forum has become an authoritative regional platform where environmental issues can be discussed. It's difficult to overestimate your contribution to the development of cooperation in this sector. We will be successful only if all the governments and businesses and people unite their efforts. The Baltic Sea Conference is extremely important in the current reality. For many years, the Baltic region has been the area for cooperation of so many countries, and we believe that it will remain such. Nowadays, we have no tools for cooperation with our partners. And now it's high time to demonstrate that this cooperation was not an ultimate goal, but just means, just an instrument in our aspiration to achieve our common goals in the Gulf of Finland, in the Leningrad region, in the Baltic region as a whole. These goals are environmental protection, economic development, tourism, protection of the water areas, and water spatial planning, and so many other goals. Now we have to be focused on our work on our agenda, and we have to continue to develop, to study, and diversify the experience we have gained until recently implementing most interesting projects. As for the projects themselves, we used to have trans-border cooperation. We used to have so many platforms for coordinating our efforts. So together with the Ministry for Economic Development, we are acting towards improvement of the situation, towards the projects. We are eager to fulfill our projects, not leave them. We count on our resources inside the country to complete the projects which were started. So the work of our scientists, the contribution of the Museum of the Global Ocean, the contribution of each and every friend of the Baltic Sea will be covered in the mass media. Russia is working towards solving environmental challenges, and we in the ministry will do our best to strengthen cooperation between all the partners, to restore the communication we used to have, so that we are able to complete our homework, to fulfill all the plans we had set and make progress. That's why I wish you a successful meeting. I hope that we will hear a lot of interesting information about progress we're making in environmental protection and climate change adaptation. Thank you, Igor Nikolaevich. I'm sure that the majority of people in the hall and our online participants are thankful to you for your support, because without the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, it is nearly impossible to implement any project. You have always supported the Forum of the Baltic Sea, so you are continuously rendering your help, and I would like to special thank you for that. This is the end of the introduction, and I'm giving the floor to our moderator, Ms. Tretьякова, the Minister of Natural Resources and Environment of the Russian Federation. Natalia Vladimirovna, the floor is yours. Thank you so much. As you can see, on the stage we have the participants of our second session: Mr. Kamovnikov Boris Konstantinovich, Mr. Andrei Gorkiev, Vladimir Gvozdev, Mr. Lapko, and Mr. Abramchik, and myself and Ivan Alexandrovich and Igor Nikolaevich. Please stay seated in the presidium so that our participants can see all of us. I would like to thank Ivan Alexandrovich for the honor to moderate the plenary session on the 20th of October, as it was mentioned by Mr. Kush, Director of the Climate Changes and Minister for Natural Resources. In October 2021, the action plan on the Baltic Sea was updated. It's a program of measures to be taken to ensure beneficial and favorable condition of the Baltic Sea environment. We are going to discuss it in detail, but to begin with, I would like to show a video about the document. Let's look at the screen. It's going to be an interesting movie, and then we will continue our work.
Since the 1980s, when pollution peaked, but our sea remains under heavy stress. For a healthy Baltic Sea, we still need to do more. The HELCOM Baltic Sea Action Plan, or BSAP, is one of the key tools at our disposal for making our sea healthy again, achieving good ecological status. Initially adopted in 2007 and updated in 2021 by all Baltic Sea countries and the European Union, the BSAP contains about 200 measures and actions for a healthy marine environment. The BSAP covers 4 segments: biodiversity, eutrophication, hazardous substances and marine litter, and sea-based activities. On biodiversity, with its objective of a Baltic Sea ecosystem that is healthy and resilient, the BSAP seeks to ensure that all native species and habitats are in good health and can thrive in the Baltic, and that they are not disturbed by human activities. Eutrophication is the major environmental threat to the Baltic Sea. It is fueled by excessive concentrations of nutrients originating from sources such as agriculture or wastewater. The results are intense algal growth and depletion of our sea's oxygen, choking marine life. Clear waters, natural levels of algal blooms, and natural oxygen levels. That's what the BSAP seeks to achieve under its objective of a Baltic Sea unaffected by eutrophication. For a Baltic Sea unaffected by hazardous substances and litter, the BSAP seeks to reduce concentrations of hazardous substances and the amount of marine litter so that biodiversity is not disturbed by pollution. All seafood should be safe to eat, and litter should not cause any harm to marine life. Human activities at sea, such as shipping, fishing, and construction, have an impact on the Baltic Sea and its biodiversity. The BSAP's objective of environmentally sustainable sea-based activities is intended to ensure that disturbance to the ecosystem is minimal. Shipping should be as safe and clean as possible, and underwater noise and alien species should be kept in check. In addition, the BSAP also addresses horizontal topics, including climate change, monitoring, maritime spatial planning, economic and social analysis, knowledge exchange and awareness raising, hotspots and financing. Since its initial adoption, the BSAP has resulted in a number of environmental improvements. More needs to be done, and the full implementation of all actions by 2030, as specified in the plan, will certainly take us closer to our objective of a healthy Baltic Sea. The Baltic Sea is a life support system. If it thrives, so do we.
Thank you very much for this video. And now, let me introduce you to this document in better detail. Here is the presentation. And the information on the BSAP is available in Russian and in English at www.helcom.com.ru. If you want to read the entire document, you're welcome to visit our website. The updated BSAP, updated or the same plan on the HELCOM committee, that's Committee to Protect the Baltic Sea. It is known that healthy environment consists of a number of biological components in an equilibrium to ensure the right environment condition, and it's quite a big range of economic and social important activities. The video showed that the updated BSAP determines the goals the healthy Baltic Sea environment, which is stable and sustainable. And there are segments in the plan with sub-goals. So Baltic Sea, which is unaffected by hazardous substances, there is no litter, environmentally sustainable sea-based activities, and Baltic Sea unaffected by eutrophication. There is a specific segment in the plan called horizontal plans. It is related to climate change monitoring, maritime spatial planning, economic and social analysis, functioning, financing, hotspots, knowledge share, and awareness increase. So Section 1, biodiversity, pursues the healthy and sustainable Baltic Sea environment ecosystem. You see the managerial tasks and the overall environmental goal. Then in the same biodiversity segment, we have sustainable development goals, which were adopted by the UN General Assembly up to 2030, related to this specific sustainable development goals. And there are cross-references to other segments of the updated BSAP with the consequences of climate change as it affects biodiversity. There are activities proposed to ensure achieving the goals. Here are activities in a separate document with codes, and that's exactly what we will reference in our reports. I say we, but I mean the Russian Federation. Now, eutrophication. Baltic Sea unaffected by eutrophication, that's its main theme, with environmental goals and administrative tasks. So there are maximally acceptable MAI, TN and TF into sub-region in the Baltic Sea, but also there is a division by countries in biogens related to nitrogen and phosphorus. Next, hazardous substances and litter. Baltic Sea without hazardous substances and litter, with environmental objectives and administrative tasks. Again, the full version with all details for goals and objectives are available at the website. There are activities with codes associated, and there is a revised action plan on marine litter. One of our roundtables will cover this topic specifically. Then, maritime activities, which is sustainable. That's the next segment, environmental objectives, as you see to the left, and administrative tasks to the right. Key themes discussed here: activities at the marine environment, response, fishing management, sub-water noise, loss and destruction of marine base bottom due to activities. Now, horizontal links or themes, that's a novelty compared to BSAP of 2017, with segments related to climate change monitoring, maritime spatial planning, economic and social analysis, ESA, hotspots. We will have a roundtable for hotspots, and I expect it can be heated hot, because it's a very timely thing. Awareness and financing, the last two topics. The codes presented on the screen, countries will report based on these codes. To minimize greenhouse gases emission, for hotspots, we must invigorate our efforts related to the remaining hotspots under the comprehensive joint program on environmental protection in the Baltic Sea of year 1992. That's the original year. The term is set up, and then consider hotspots as of the second generation to identify them additionally. These are for serious negative impact to the maritime ecosystem. We don't know these hotspots yet. They haven't been discussed yet. The criteria are to be developed. And if in Russia we want to identify new hotspots based on new criteria and definitions, with your help, we will do that. When I say we, I don't mean the Ministry of Natural Resources, but we as the community, because the ministry will just collect the data received from Northwest Federal District constituencies, which deal with the Baltic Sea. The video showed 199 activities overall, 35 related to biodiversity, 36 to eutrophication, 39 to hazardous substances, and later 68 to maritime activities, with many details and so-called parallel or horizontal themes, 28 in the last section. By 2030, the plan must be implemented unless specific earlier dates are named for certain activities. The document is associated with other documents. So the plan has associated documents. We just briefly reviewed the content of the structure of the plan, but there are associated documents. The recommendation by HELCOM 4943 on Regional Action Plan on underwater noise, and Russian representatives participated actively in the discussions. It's quite a new theme. Therefore, it was important to cover in the plan how we view this theme. Then recommendation by HELCOM to updates to Part 2 in Appendix 3, criteria and measures to prevent pollution from land sources to Helsinki Convention of 1995. We would like to thank the Ministry of Agriculture in this respect. And its subsidiaries which participated actively in developing these recommendations and updates. But these are convention updates. Therefore, in addition to practical things, we must legalize these updates by all participants and by the depository of the convention. And the depository is Finland. Also, a HELCOM recommendation on regional action plan on maritime litter was adopted. The recycling of biogens strategy in the Baltic Sea was updated, and the roadmap up to 2030 for spatial planning in the Baltic Sea. With regard to the roadmap, I would like to thank the Institute of Yermaka Northwest, Severo-Zapad, actively engaged in the roadmap development. And though in the Russian Federation we have no criteria for spatial planning, they tried to find the common footing and to align the approaches in the Russian Federation and elsewhere as it is treated, spatial planning, by other parties to the HELCOM Convention. With this, I would like to stop my presentation and give the floor to Ivana Serebritsky to brief you on the Nature Use and Environment Protection and Environmental Safety Committee of St. Petersburg. As you know, St. Petersburg is the host for the forum. It's a research center. Many research are organized here, and they help to find solutions to waste management, adaptation to climate change, among other things. As you know, climate is a hot topic nowadays, and we must mitigate and prevent the bad consequences. And everyone has personal goals, and every organization, regardless of their profile, must be environmentally aware. And we in regular life must think about climate and mitigating human impact. Thank you, Natalia. You touched on global challenges on the Baltic Sea. But these global challenges are made of local challenges. St. Petersburg is the major city in the northwest and the biggest at the banks of the Baltic Sea. The Nature Years Committee this January turned 30 years. It's an anniversary. We didn't celebrate it, though. So for 30 years, our committee has been operating in St. Petersburg, ensure environmental safety, including safety of water bodies. St. Petersburg is commonly known as the Venice of the North, and it has some truth to it. So not all of you are local to St. Petersburg. Therefore, here is some basic information. We have 452 waterways, like rivers and canals, with a total length of 885 kilometers, 628 lakes and ponds, with the total space of over 3,000 hectares. This is the great water works, water bodies that are managed by the Nature Committee of St. Petersburg, and we are responsible for their management and environmental condition. There is a restriction in St. Petersburg because we have so many water bodies. 14.7% of our space is under the water-protected areas, with all the consequences. So we have daily activities in the committee with wide range from cleaning of floating litter of our water bodies. As you heard in Natalia Borisovna's speech, water litter is very high on the agenda. And the Baltic Sea receives this litter from waterways. And to decrease the intake by the Baltic Sea, you see on the charts how the program of water cleaning in St. Petersburg is working. Consider between 2018 and 2022, the number of water bodies cleaned by the committee is growing from this floating litter. Trust me, sometimes the litter volume is huge, especially after a great celebration like the New Year celebration, and we have to clean the ice. It's done daily. It is probably not observed as something heroic, but it is important for the health of our water bodies. Then restoration, improving the sediment of waterways. That's natural, because we receive waters from 7 regions of the Russian Federation. The basin of the Neva River includes not just the territory of Finland, but also from Belarus, from the Lovas and the Volkhov rivers. We get this sediment, and therefore our water works fills in. That's why we need to dredge them regularly. We have specific fleet to clean the bottom of waterworks. Naturally, these are complicated jobs, require special equipment, time and effort. However, we have developed plans to do it regularly. I'll speak on them later in better details. You probably know that the city of St. Petersburg, supports the natural parks of reserved areas like Tsar's village, Tsarskaya Selo. We help keeping their ponds in order, and this is the pearl of our suburbs, ponds and the museum complex in Tsar's village. To have fountains working in Peterhof's in Peterhof, we need to keep up the fountain system and feeding pipes. A great number of ponds, waterways, waterworks, pipes which ensure the unique fountains in Peterhof operate. We also protect and prevent negative impact on water bodies in St. Petersburg. For the Neva River is quite far to the north, and therefore we have floods related to blockages. It requires us to act quickly, and therefore we have a winter fleet, and you see how our tugboats break the ice on the river to keep ice floating to avoid ice-related floods. The city has over 132 hydrotechnical equipments like dams, dikes, which ensure that the water balance is regulated in the waterworks system. So in 1990s, these waterworks were kept by companies, but then companies dumped them, meaning they didn't care for them, and therefore the city deals with hydro engineering currently. As you see the chart, how the number of hydro engineering facilities are kept by the city. So the city acquires them, services them, and becomes responsible for them. So there is this transfer from companies or unattended facilities accepted by the city. Currently, there are only 9 facilities which are not kept by anyone, but 132 facilities are kept by the city. Melioration or improvement system requires our effort as well. When it comes to oil spills, we keep the special response fleet, and we have a structural unit ensuring collect oil spills from water service throughout the year, be it winter or summer. We can remove a spillage even from ice. There are 24/7 services, response services to come and to collect the spills. The response is 20 minutes. Within half an hour of getting the call, we are at the site and start collecting the spill. In our policy, it's important to ensure legitimate water use, meaning all water users have permissions, either permits or contracts, and pay to the budget of the Russian Federation for the water use, and keep the restrictions as set in the Water Protection Code. By the end of year 22, we have more than 98% of good water users, and that's a result of continuous tedious job. All the paperwork shall be done. As you know, there are certain calculations associated with pollution using the water borders, but we insisted on using instruments, and therefore now this segment is in good order. Vodokanal Waterworks of St. Petersburg, that's the company, works with year to year with these organizations, and gradually the water intakes from water bodies went down. Therefore, the efficiency of water users goes up, as you see from the chart. And the dumping of the wastewaters goes down as well, which impacts the Baltic Sea condition to the better. This presentation will be available later. This is about water code. You can find these details later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ivan Alexandrovich, for extremely interesting and detailed analysis of the St. Petersburg activity, protecting the environment of the Baltic Sea and ensuring environmental safety of its entities. Another important region is Kaliningrad. And I would like to ask the representative of the region to tell us about the activities going on environmental protection. Mr. Boris Kamovnikov, head of Environmental Center Yekat. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. You can list the slides yourself. Indeed, the Kaliningrad region, in terms of communication and connection with the Baltic Sea and mutual interaction, is quite a peculiar region. In December last year and in January this year, we had 7 storms. The wind speed was up to 30 meters. So, not only the coastal line suffered, but nearly all the water flows of the region were flooded, and we had floods. So when water goes away, biogens are also carried away from the fields to the Baltic Sea. Our water flows system is quite concentrated, so we have a lot of rivers and canals in proximity to our economic activities. For example, to a dump of a former pulp and paper enterprise, Darita. 2 years ago, we finished to recultivate it. It was a huge piece of work. The entire area was nearly 11 hectares. The volume of relocated soil was nearly 200,000 cubic meters. So we replanned the dump and organized passages for servicing of the territory. We created roads. We set up a dam to protect the territory from the surface and ground waters. Also, we organized drainage system which was not easy because underground water was quite near and we had to arrange a respective water drainage system. We built a water drainage ditch and we cleaned the pond where this water was supposed to flow. Then we planted grass and trees. Now the territory looks quite nice. So I believe we have done a good job and we protected the environment from future pollution. In the region, we monitor the situation regularly, and it shows that the money spent wasn't in vain. Last year and this year, the Kaliningrad region has been implementing a lot of projects related to the environmental protection. The overall financing volume is nearly 1 billion rubles. During these 2 years, last year in December, we completed cleaning of the Prahladny riverbed and in Struch riverbed. These rivers are quite big water bodies flowing into Kursky and Kaliningrad Bays. So the silt volume we extracted amounts to 109,000 cubic meters, 89,000 cubic meters. So there were both floods and cold periods, and the rivers were frozen, and our contractors had to use different technical means, special equipment to perform the work in time. Since November last year, we have been recultivating 2 landfills in Chernyakhovsk and Sovetsk. Of course, we experience various problems in terms of design and other problems. In Chernyakhovsk, for example, we had difficulties with synthetic materials supply. We had a contract with a German provider. Some materials have been received, but then the contracts were stopped. Fortunately, we found a replacement in Russia, and we hope that we will be able to complete the work in time. We are ahead of schedule already. This is a recultivated dump in Sovetsk. We are actively working here, and by the end of March, we will finish the formation of the polygon body, and we will start to cover it. There is a big difference between Sovetsk and Chernyakhovsk in terms of the coverage. In Sovetsk, we have clay and sand, so we have a 3D frame which is filled with soil. In Chernyakhovsk, we have clay and then synthetic materials. And sand, clay, and then fertile soil. So these 2 projects are quite different, but they have been approved by the environmental expertise bodies. We continue to clean different riverbeds and brooks. Here on the slide you see 2 rivers and a brook being cleaned. we are developing design documents for cleaning 2 more rivers. We will complete them by the middle of the year. There will be a tender, and these 2 rivers will be cleaned by the end of the year. We continue to recultivate landfills. We started with a big one in Krasnodeviansk, 2.5 million cubic meters, 20 hectares, and we proceed with our regional center. There, we also have to recultivate the landfills. As for the storms we suffered, that's how it looked before, and that's how it looks after the storm. This is Kursk. This is Koronian speed and walkways. Promenades. A month ago, we assessed the harm. The governor instructed us to announce the emergency situation regime in the region. All in all, 15.5 hectares of land with vegetation was carried away by the sea. So, according to the rules of the emergency situation regime, we are going to liquidate the consequences. About 100 kilometers of the coastal line were destroyed. The wave was quite big and strong, so we are developing a set of measures how to strengthen the coastal line. We're installing fences. Before, we used gravel as production material, but it did not prove to be effective. It was taken away by the water. After storms, all the beaches were destroyed. And new beaches were created. So it's quite difficult to forecast what will happen after the storm. That's all with me. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Boris Konstantinovich, for such a detailed presentation. Thanks for your contribution for liquidation of consequences of the disaster at the coast of the Baltic Sea in Kaliningrad region. Last autumn, I happened to be in Kaliningrad and I saw with my own eyes what had been done along the coast, and it's quite impressive. what you are doing, it's extremely useful. Of course, the nature introduces its own corrections and changes, and we are trying to live in harmony with it. So thank you so much. So in the Russian Federation, we have a national project, environment. It's a large-scale project consisting of several federal projects. One of them is Clean Water Federal Project. Now, Mr. Abramchenko, Director for the Len-Voda Canal construction, will tell us about this project implementation, the clean water at the territory of the Leningrad region. So the floor is yours. Good afternoon, dear participants of the 22nd International Environmental Forum, the Day of the Baltic Sea. First of all, a couple of words about our company. It was set up in 2015 to unite decentralized water supply and discharge systems. We set up Len-Voda Canal organization. As of today, as a result of 6 stages of reorganization, all the assets are state-owned, and the company manages 11.5 thousand facilities. For you to imagine the scale of our activity, I have to tell you that we have 67 water cleaning facilities and several thousands underground water cleaning facilities, and we are operating 170 sewerage systems and 331 pump stations. (2,800 kilometers is the entire length of the network. What is special about our company is that we operate quite a lot of facilities located in big cities and settlements, highly populated. Some of the settlements are smaller, but anyway, we have to provide the same level of quality of water supply and water discharge services. So we are operating a lot of municipalities, so we have a lot of different problems because some infrastructure is not up to date. So we assessed the condition of all the equipment and set up a priority list and developed measures for repair and improvement of the infrastructure. We have certain algorithms using which we can obtain financing from the budget of the Russian Federation to complete the project. There is a foundation of housing reconstruction. So some projects are financed by it, and some projects are financed from the budget within the framework of the Clean Water Federal Project. So more and more people are getting high-quality water supply and discharge services. So a couple of words about our tasks.
So we considered the deadlines and financing, which require to rapidly or immediately respond, and it's related to the water body condition. And here, I mean the treated wastewater, they are returned to the centralized water supply. So we had pilots first, and then set up programs for wastewater module-based facilities, both for potable water and for wastewater treatment. Here you see they already commissioned facilities at Michirova settlement. Out of 141 module facilities with the service life of 3 years. So currently, we've already implemented 32 module wastewater treatment facilities and 28 facilities for potable water cleaning. One activity is to provide potable water to Luga town. It was part of the clean water program. We considered the time needed and finances for the project. And we considered that developing papers for reconstructing the active water treatment facility and comparing the option of module treatment facilities, we decided that it's faster to use module facilities. That's exactly what happened at Luga. 12 module stations were set up, covering entire water supply system of Luga. The main objective was within 1 year was resolved, and within 18 months, the entire Luga population got potable water thanks to module facilities. We reduced the investment as well as drastically have reduced the deadlines. Module facilities are not part of capital investment. Therefore, design documents are not required to be fully developed, and there is no requirement for state examination. No permits for construction are needed because these are temporary facilities. And they become part of the network, but fully operate, ensuring clean water according to center requirements. So based on the required water quality, the technology is selected based on multi-stage, like at Luga, or 2 or 3 stage system. If from source water, you just remove the heavy metal salts. It's been 2 years as we implement the program, and we are absolutely positive in the efficiency of our actions. We continue the program to construct capital facilities. As you see, what we commissioned at the end of last year, the waste treatment facilities at Ladeyное Поле district, Staraya Sloboda settlement. We continue construction of a huge wastewater treatment at Podporozhye. It's co-financing from the utility fund, so finances come from there as well. Construction is in progress, almost has terminated. The sewage wastewater treatment at Krasnoselsky district at Leningrad region near Vyborg. So we actively took part in getting other finances outside of what's available, because there are immediate tasks. And we became the lead partner in the design for constructing the centralized system for water supply and water removal at Monreport Park. Currently, we are at the terminal stage of getting state examination, and we received environmental examination certificate. But nowadays, the situation is challenging, and our partners informed us that they temporarily put on hold financing of the activities under the plan, under the project. But we sincerely hope that removal of sewage water from Monreport Park from 4 direct outlets currently dumping untreated sewage into the Gulf of Finland will be the trigger to find the solution for that very important for Leningrad Oblast and for our project to find the solution. Now the Clean Water National Project. So it provides for working with a number of settlements to ensure that centralized potable water is delivered. So the quality must be sustainable, and we have design documents. What we've already achieved, the construction of centralized water supply system to Parashkovice at Luga district. This is the centralized water supply is constructed, as well as the cleaning station at Razdolye settlement at Priozersk district. It's remotely, automatically controlled waste water treatment, ensuring, water treatment facility, which continuously supply clean water, potable water to the settlement. And there is this extra capacity to attach new water users to the system. Tosna district. So the national project provides for a list of items to already complete waterworks to Nikolsky, Ulyanovsky facilities are commissioned. And then the construction is almost complete for constructing clean water reservoirs and cleaning of potable water. Thus, we will ensure sustainability of water supply for Nikolskaya and Ulyanovskaya settlements. We developed designs for upgrading of a water treatment facility, again under the national project, for Vyborg. This is the major facility operated by my company. So the design was approved already. Financing are currently being searched for. Volchanova settlement is under review as well. The budget has already allocated the money. The construction started in 2021 and be finished this year. So design documents are developed for upgrading water treatment facility at Pasha at Luga district, Ladeinaya Polya town, and we've almost completed with getting the state expert examination certificate for water treatment facility at Volkhov town. So the plan provides for pump station of the third stage at Ulyanovka settlement with construction of reservoirs. I already mentioned Nikolskaya with the construction of water reservoirs and a disinfecting station. So a number of activities have been complete, but we understand it's insufficient to bring up to the regulation level the diverse infrastructure that we manage, and to make sure that it's serviced properly. So therefore, we actively search for financing to upgrade, renovate our base of water facilities. And we hope that today's event will help us to get best experience of our colleagues and see whether we can find additional finance sources, because all of our activities are to help us achieve the goals of the International Forum of 2022. Thank you very much, Sergei Vladimirovich, for briefing us on Leningrad region input into the overall activity related to the Baltic Sea basin. We wish you all success and flourishing. We see that you've accomplished a lot, but probably your plans are even bigger than what we've seen as your achievements. I would like Andrei Gorky, the first deputy head of landfill Krasny Bor, to brief us on recultivation of this landfill. So the floor is yours. Good morning, dear colleagues, both online and offline. That's the landfill, Krasny Bor. That's the hotspot of HELCOM number 23. So it's at the frontier of water basin between the Izhora and the Tosna river, and it's 7.5 kilometers from the Neva River. That's why it's within the field of HELCOM interest. This is a site which is personally controlled by our president. Therefore, we are really eager to resolve all the challenges associated with the landfill. So the landfill is 67 hectares in area. It's been in operation since 1970. And over 50 years, almost 50 years of its operation, 1.7 million tons of hazardous waste were dumped of different hazardous classes 1 to 3. Some were put into closed pits, but some are in the open pit. 340,000 cubic meters of liquid toxic waste are in the pit. Our company deals with two sets of challenges to ensure environmental safety and technological safety as well. What we do in this respect? We maintain the entire facility. We collect the entire stormwater and clean it. We protect both the security of the area and ensure environmental safety. That's the first set of challenges. The other is dealing with design and working towards closing and reclaiming of the landfill. Let us see it. 1,000 words are less than one picture. So white means being clean. Let us look at the video, and any spills of liquid waste will be quite visible on the white background. So that's the current condition. Our work is quite challenging. The drainage network of the landfill is 5 kilometers. So the dike around the landfill, around the pits with an open surface, over 1.5 kilometers. And pontoon cover is 36,000 square meters. That's the second set of challenges, design of activities to reduce the harm. The procedure is covered in European documents, and our legislation, Decree 542 of the local government, provides the action plan. Last time at the forum, we spoke about the Baltic Sea, and we presented at 2018 forum together with NEFCO. We provided we described the concept based the high-level big blocks view on how to reduce the harm or remove the harm. 4 years has elapsed, and let me brief you on the progress. That's the overall structure. As you see here, 2018 to 2019, we work with NEFCA experts and UBA, that's the German Environmental Agency, to assess the risks, to consider our concept on how to remove, to close down the landfill, to assessing the liquid waste, and to ensure that there is verification and monitoring system. See, the jobs were complete. We updated the ZAN design for the new waste treatment facility and ultra anti-filter screen for the landfill. 2020 saw the organizational changes for the company. So we were removed from the Nature Use Committee of St. Petersburg to the Nature Use of the Russian Ministry. February the same year, the unique designer for removing the accumulated harm was identified, and that was Rosatom State Corporation and its sub-body, the Federal Environmental Operator. So that operator currently deals with assuring there is the circulation of all proper circulation of hazardous waste between the first to the third classes in the Russian Federation. July 2020, the state contract was signed between us and the contractor. The investigation started. Things moved fast in 2021. All the research and diagnostics were complete, including mathematical simulation and setting up geological and hydrogeological model for the entire territory up to the Neva River, and a separate model for the landfill itself. And we started developing the design documents for the documents with two technological streams. As they are streams, they can be done in parallel, and it speeds up the design. First, getting up the anti-filtration screen, and the second deals with making infrastructure for the accumulated waste and the final recultivation or reclaiming of the landfill. By December 2021, we got the positive examination of the State Environmental Committee and construction examination for the first and then the second stream. Now the design for both stages is complete. More details I will bring up to the roundtable for the section meeting, roughly about the overall outcomes for the 3 years. As we haven't heard our report at our annual meetings, the landfill was kept without disasters and emergencies. So the recultivation design is complete, and literally these days we plan to sign the contract with the federal operator for construction and assembly. As per the design that was examined by the state, we schedule the final term for the works for 36 months. So, and you can consider that this is the date when Hotspot 27 will cease to exist. You can visit our website. Our information is open and accessible, and get all the data. 750 individual visitors come per month, and we see that there is a stable interest year to year. We set up our web pages at social media to get your feedback and response.
We hope that in the nearest 3-4 years, the problem of the 27th point will be eliminated. Thanks for your attention. Thank you, Andrei Vadimovich. We also hope that all the efforts of the Russian Federation will bring us to a successful elimination of the 27th hotspot. Now I would like to bring to your attention the main results of the Rainman project about the adaptation potential enhancement when managing city water bodies. Mr. Vladimir Gvozdev, representing Vodokanal St. Petersburg, will tell us about these measures. Thank you so much. Let me welcome you, dear colleagues, at the plenary session. First of all, a couple of words about the history of the projects. The Committee for the Use of Nature and Environmental Protection contributed a lot to the implementation of the project. About 8 years ago, we participated in the working group of the committee, which dealt with the climate strategy of our city, and then we got to know about the project. However, Vodokanal St. Petersburg has a vast experience participating in international investment. For example, the Southwest waste management facilities. This huge project was made possible thanks to our foreign partners and other projects we participated in. However, this was the first project of transborder cooperation, which was made possible thanks to our cooperation with the Committee for Nature Use. They introduced us to the project and to the foreign partners. And transborder cooperation is a very interesting area with a number of amazing projects. Both partners have to be actively involved, and all the events carried out should meet the interests of all the partners. It's quite difficult to set up such a project from scratch. That's why we are thankful to the Committee for Nature Use for this opportunity. Our partners were our Finnish colleagues from the cities Lahti, Mikkeli, and Helsinki. Our common problem was climate change, and in one project we managed to unite different issues. For example, in Lahti and Mikkeli, they were more interested in the climate change influence on the underground water sources. And in Helsinki and St. Petersburg, we were more interested in the climate change in relation to the surface stormwater sewage system, and climate change influence on the precipitation. So this is the engagement algorithm of our company. This is a modeling system based on forecasts. So different aspects of this work were developed using this modeling technology. Several partners participated in the project. The Russian side, except for the Canal St. Petersburg, was represented by the Hydrological Institute and the observatory named after Vayekov. These are very important partners. They provided some initial data on climate change for the period of 50-100 years. Our sub-partners, Canal and other companies, modeled the systems of water discharge, and we decided to determine the most vulnerable areas. We determined several urban sectors relevant both for St. Petersburg and Helsinki. The idea of the system is to provide benefits for sustainable development for any city, for the entire world. All the results are available on the website. The project is nearly over. We were lucky to implement the project in 2019-2021, so we nearly completed it. However, in 2017, already we were prepared for the project. However, our relations with the Soviet Union deteriorated, thus the project was postponed, and only in 2019 the project was launched and successfully finished in 2021. So the results we obtained with relation to the adaptation of our water discharge system, it is important when we speak about water resources management. I would like to highlight that 1/3 of the results was obtained in the water discharge volume decrease. We cannot influence the volume of storm water all the time. Thus, it is really important that we have managed to decrease the volume of this storm water. So when we have a period of heavy rain, it is really important to have an efficient discharge system for storm water. Our partners showed the forecast about the future intensification of the rain. So before, we used to have just a couple of cases of heavy rains, but nowadays we already have dozens of cases, and I believe that citizens of big cities are already feeling this. Thus, it is important to decrease the volume of discharged water. Here you see how, using very simple tools, we can decrease this volume. These tiles cover the territory in some European cities and in Moscow. This is already seen. here and there. This is called stormwater garden. In Poland, for example, they use the same system. It is very important to decrease the volume of stormwater on the surface of the ground in the city. Otherwise, they will be suffering from the floods because the level of the river will increase dramatically. In our city, we stand the risk of flood only if we have certain wind direction, but in the European cities, this problem is a burning issue. Rainwater flowing into a certain territory and staying there. So some European cities are striving to hold the water in this vegetation. So it is a kind of grass bed, flower bed with some vegetation. It can absorb water. Even if there are some of such flower beds, they can change the situation with the floods, protecting the city from the floods. Another important result of our work is the following. In the Russian Federation, it is absolutely needed to carry out some design work. Precipitation is forecasted based on statistics. So from every now and then we revisit these parameters, but the situation with the rain is changing around the world. Thus, we have to start using more data from different forecasts. The volume of precipitation is going to grow, not only intensity, but the amount. Taking into account nowadays, we will be able to make our life easy in the future. So mainly we are using the following measures. We are improving our water discharge system in St. Petersburg is quite a specific one. 70% of the system is working due to inclination. It is a unified system, so if we improve it, we will be able to fundamentally change the situation. We have to regulate the system, adjust it so that to minimize the impact of the growing precipitation volume. Then we will be able to protect our citizens from floods. To sum up, I would like to tell you about some more results. In January, we put together a report together with our Finnish colleagues. It is already approved. Some more events were scheduled, but I'm not sure they will take place. Anyway, we may continue to work using these results. Now climate change is not in the focus, but a couple of months ago it was #1 in the global agenda, and it is becoming top priority in Russia. There are a lot of strategies formulated at the federal level and at the municipal levels, and we will continue to work towards this. So these are the results of our work. I believe that we have worked quite effectively together with our colleagues, partners, and we will continue to work in the same manner. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Vladimir Andreevich. Vodokanal St. Petersburg is a famous company operating for many years and contributing largely to the ensuring the good condition of the Baltic Sea. And this flower bed, this vegetation set of tools is a very interesting idea. I do believe that you will continue to work towards this. Indeed, climate change is a priority topic in any economic activity we are engaged, and we will continue to deal with that. And the final presentation of our plenary session is devoted to the maritime special planning roadmap. Andrei Drafevich Lapo is the next speaker. He represents the Aqua-Territorial Planning Institute Yermak, Northwest. Good afternoon, dear participants. Natalia Borisovna. I will try to be brief. I'm going to tell you about the roadmap and why do we need it to promote the maritime special planning. It is said in the title, we have to look into the future. So the Baltic Sea 2021, intense international cooperation. We completed the previous plan and updated the action plan. At the HELCOM committee, we developed a new roadmap for maritime special planning of the Baltic Sea regions. And cooperation platform of Baltic states was set up. Currently, we're actively developing a new long-term strategy up to 2040. It's a kind of unified approach to economic activities. So economic, environmental and social aspects are integrated there. And our contribution is a roadmap we developed to promote maritime special planning in Russia. So what is a roadmap? It's a plan of events designed to improve the special planning tools and to deploy them in the Russian Federation. What we were based on when developing the roadmap, of course, we were based on international documents and some national ones. However, officially, we do not have maritime special planning, but we have some documents which provide for the integrated approach to economic activities, for example, maritime doctrine of the Russian Federation, strategic development of the maritime activity of the Russian Federation, state program, environmental protection, and environment national project. So the maritime doctrine, main priorities, improvement of regulatory acts, ruling the maritime activities development, enhancement of research bases, complex planning of coastal territories development, environmental protection of the maritime environment, and complex planning. Maritime development strategy. So what are the problems? Well, they're quite similar everywhere. Inefficient regulatory base, lack of requirements, lack of power division between federal and regional levels, and so on. As a result, we see the following: branch-specific approach to the use of marine facilities, the lack of complex strategic environmental assessment of the ongoing economic activities, and the absence of long-term complex development programs. So the previous speaker mentioned the importance of this documents for water discharge system, but I believe it is also important for maritime special planning. All the aspects are interrelated here. Thus, we developed a roadmap with support of some federal, regional, and some meta-national bodies: Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and Interparliamentary Assembly of CIS, and the Scientific Council of the Maritime Collegium, and administrations of coastal regions and municipalities of Russia, and developers were Aquaterritorial Planning Institute, Yermak, and some others. So what do we have in the end? As I said, the main structure of the roadmap is followed.
As you see the chain diagram for the schedule to perform, so the bottom horizontal line is of most interest. It demonstrates the time needed to implement our proposals. Our foreign partners have the experience. Of course, we primarily looked at our Baltic partners, but we considered Asian and the Black Sea experience as well. So we need about 5 to 7 years to regularly implement the process. There are components, arrangements, legal activities, research, and then spatial planning itself and improvement of competence. So you can consider the document, the roadmap at our website and at other actors' websites. So, but I would rather focus on issues that are regularly raised with us. Why there is no spatial planning in Russia? Because we do not feel the deficit of maritime spatial resources up till recently, but currently there are some challenges. The Gulf of Finland is overloaded, then the Ob Bay is under significant anthropogenic load as well. It's difficult to compare the Arctic and the Caspian Sea. However, we consider this experience, and again, there is no competition for maritime resources. But spatial planning is needed for Russia because we expect the significant anthropogenic load growth to all maritime systems. At some spatial water spaces, we are at the limit of the available load. So we need to clean these systems. The Baltic Sea is huge, one thinks, and it may digest everything. No, it will not. And then the international element, the Maritime Law Convention, MARPOL, has this experience of studying maritime law outside of national jurisdiction. So open sea waters will be, it is supposed to be, they will be regulated when it comes to the spatial use. If Russia has no national approach, then how to put it mildly, we will be limited in what we can do in this respect. So maritime spatial planning has some benefits for Russia. First, to rationally use spatial and other national maritime use. So then giving the business the opportunity and the authorities the legal information, that's the analog of maritime plan. So it is similar to land use and to maritime use. Then getting a good environmental status of maritime bodies and areas. So maritime law is an instrument and it is implemented based on the national plan. So maritime special planning is done by many countries. So, and if Russia adopts it, then of course Russia will have its national specific. But whether it's successful or not, it will depend whether our legal framework is prompt with regulating maritime spatial planning. So in Plato, the Greek philosopher said that most important and difficult thing is to make the first step. That's exactly what we mean. The first step will be introducing maritime spatial planning into the legal framework and identify the federal executive body that will be responsible for maritime planning and maritime special planning. So once the law on regulating maritime activity is adopted, in fact, our legal authorities have already developed this plan. But when it comes to special planning, that's the next step. Coming back to the diagram, you see the start at the center. That's exactly about identifying the authorized federal body. Our institute and other organizations were engaged in a number of activities over the several last years. And the information we provided to the state authorities and to other organizations, and therefore the start point will be identified very soon. Thank you. Thank you very much, Andrei Dorofeyevich, for a very interesting presentation about maritime spatial planning. That is a tricky thing because it's comprehensive and it includes a number of elements and actors. Anyway, let me also inform you that currently the United Nations in fact, last week, just finalized the fourth conference where they reviewed how to preserve biodiversity outside of national jurisdiction. Regulating these territories is being discussed. That's quite comprehensive and difficult, and Russia is part of discussing parties. is among the discussing parties. Therefore, Andrei Dorofeyevich, don't worry. Everything is being monitored, and we participate in these challenging discussions because the jurisdiction of open spaces is not identified, and therefore planning activities there is quite tricky. It requires quite an elaborate legal approach, and we will continue working in this respect. Dear colleagues, with this, we finalize the business part of our meeting, and we move into the gala ceremony. And for this, I would like to give the floor to Ivan Alexandrovich Serebritsky once again. Thank you for your interest to the presentation. I hope they were of interest to you, and you got some new information and deepened your knowledge for your future activities. Thank you. Thank you, Natalia Borisovna. Starting 2015, in plenary sessions at the Baltic Sea Day forums, we had this tradition to decorate for outstanding achievements, for the input into the cooperation of Baltic Sea countries, to present the order of Vladimir Vernadsky. I invite the Vernadsky Foundation General Director, Olga Vladimirova. Good morning. I would like to greet you on behalf of the foundation named after Vernadsky NGO, and let me congratulate you first on the World Water Day. This is our common holiday, and we make an input into preserving water bodies. Now, we clearly understand that activities to preserve water must be carried on regardless of politics. Nature will not wait. Public diplomacy and research diplomacy must be high on the agenda, and we have volunteering, and also we have global projects. And today we will decorate researchers which made an input into the research activities to preserve the Baltic Sea area. The order of Vladimir Vernadsky is given to Brikhanov Alexander, the director of the Institute of Agricultural Challenges, which is the subsidiary of Federal Research Center WIND. Let us decorate Danilova Larisa, General Director of Aquaterritorial Planning of Yermak Severozapad. Thank you. Of course, we will participate in the next forum, and I hope that the outcomes that you presented today and your goals that you described today will be achieved. Thank you, that nothing will stand between you and your outcomes. Thank you, Olga Vladimirovna. And now our plenary session is finalized, but the Baltic Sea Day continues. And for all participants, let me remind that at 12:30, the International Cooperation on Assessing the Environment Roundtable will start. At 12:30, the action plan for the Baltic Sea will start to increase cooperation to remove the negative impact or hotspots. And at 1:30, the workshop on maritime litter will start. At 5 o'clock, we will wrap up and sum up the results at the open session. Dear speakers and moderators, Before leaving, please see our volunteers next to the exit. They will give you some information. Thank you to all colleagues for your work, and I hope that plenary session was interesting for you, and we will continue the Baltic Sea Day.
Dear friends, today is the 22nd of May, and we have opened an international forum, Environment of a Big City. Once again, we are here at the venue with our exhibition program. Unfortunately, we have certain restrictions and not all the participants have made it there. But anyway, we have learned our lessons. Some of us are here in the hall. The others are connected online. Well, this is the reality of today, our new digital life of our environment. So, we are opening our session, and welcome remarks will be made by the chair of the Committee for Agricultural Policy, Mr. Mayorov. Dear colleagues, participants of the forum are welcomed by Ms. Matvienko, Chairman of the Upper Chamber of our Parliament. On behalf of Ms. Matvienko, I'm delivering this welcome speech. Dear participants, organizers, and guests of the forum, I'm glad to welcome you at the 22nd International Forum Environment of the Big City. The agenda is quite relevant. It contains such questions as interaction of the nature and society. It influences each and every of us, and our future depends on our actions. Environmental safety and well-being is one of the top priorities of our country, reflected in the development strategy and in the national project environment, and is supported by green initiatives. By decree of Mr. Putin, we have developed a scientific and research and applied program. For the coming years, it will allow us to formulate a systemic approach which will help us mitigate environmental risks and ensure wise management. It is also important to harmonize our actions with regions. All the laws should be implemented in different territories of the Russian Federation in view of its unique climate conditions, with engagement and control of all the people. Thus, it is very important to ensure digital transformation of the sector. We have to continuously introduce the digital ecosystem and digital technologies. We shall automate all the processes, and at last we will obtain a closed cycle economy. We need fresh, new perspectives and opinions. Only joint work of the government and all the people will help us counteract environmental threats. I wish you constructive work and all the success. Valentina Ivanovna Matvienko. Dear friends, and personally, I would like to say the following. Given the situation in the world, we will introduce changes to our roadmaps, introduce changes to the environmental agenda, but still our major goals will stay the same, and we will continue to fulfill them. Of course, we need young specialists, we need new technologies, and I strongly believe that this forum will help you to carry out proper discussions and find solutions to the issues. All the success to our great country and its citizens. Thank you so much for these kind words. Indeed, the world is changing with a dramatic speed, and the two key aspects so important for the environment we outlined last year will stay our priority development vectors. Last year, we set the rules of the game well when adapting to climate changes, and we developed methodological recommendations for adaptation plans for entities of the Russian Federation. By the 10th of May, the entities will have to have their plans approved. Another important vector is digitalization. We are already implementing 5 important aspects of digitalization, and we have one new vector: environment and nature use. We have adopted the digital transformation strategy by the Ministry of Natural Resources, and we've developed plans. And at our plenary session, we will have a respective presentation that will be delivered by Mr. Vasilyev, representing the Ministry for Natural Resources. Dear colleagues, we can hear you, but we cannot see you. Okay, now we can see you. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Could you please put on my presentation? Oh, the presentation is on. Great. Well, actually, the first Deputy Minister, Mr. Tsaganov, should have participated. He is the head of digital transformation at the ministry, but due to certain objective reasons, I'm replacing him. Indeed, last year was a symbolic year for us in terms of digitalization and digital transformation. Our team, together with digital agencies developed and sent to the government for approval a respective document on the strategy of digital transformation, and it has been approved. We are based on the initiatives of different companies operating in our sector, managing waste and water resources. Based on this information, we design the strategic monitoring system, based on which digital services will be developed in the area of meteorology. There will be water data digital platform, forestry management, subsoil use and waste management platforms. We are also designing platforms for ecological tourism management and our natural resources management. In order to make it easier for entrepreneurs to do business, we developed a new metrics using which we can measure and assess the digital maturity of different marketplaces. These are our main initiatives. Implemented by forest management entities and water management entities and the others. Moreover, we developed initiatives together with the regions, so there are certain federal initiatives and recommended regional initiatives. For some initiatives, it is recommended to connect to federal platforms. Some entities of the Russian Federation have already been implementing digital instruments for years. We are quite flexible in this regard, so if some systems exist already, we are trying to integrate them as much as possible into the general system. In regional strategies, 42 projects of our sector are reflected. However, our sector was not considered an obligatory one for digitalization. I believe that 2 new strategies adopted will change the situation for the better. We will work tighter with the regions. We will scale up our good practices. So our first main initiative is complex monitoring system in order to obtain and provide information to all the people. The passport of federal projects has already been approved, and now the project is reviewed by the government of the Russian Federation. The initiative will help us get the updated picture of the condition of all the natural resources and the air and water and so on, and also we'll be able to timely obtain information about all the negative influences and sources of pollution. Moreover, we will monitor the air. We have already started, and by the middle of the year, we will be able to provide our first results. Moreover, we have connected 30 entities of the Russian Federation. By the end of the year, we will have all of them 85 entities connected, and we will continue to establish contacts with all the governmental entities to be involved. All the regional monitoring results will be integrated into the general system. This is a protocol of joint meeting of Mr. Abramchenko, Ms. Chernyshev, ecology domain will be developed. We will develop priority client services and client profiles. So this will help us transfer from well system to the unified digital system. Based on this method, we will develop 40 unique services. One of them will be a digital environmental passport of a territory. The ecology domain will integrate all the existing monitoring systems and permafrost monitoring. Our next project, digital services, Rosgidromet to Zero. This solution will help us put together all the information obtained by different sources, process this information, and forecast some threats, and timely provide information to all the people and all the organizations dependent on meteorological situation, like housing management companies and so on. Water data, digital contracts, digital data collection on water consumption, and digital reports will be here in 2023. The system will allow us to put together a full-fledged profile of all water bodies. We also will be connected to the service Моя вода, my water. We believe that this year we will launch this tool, and our colleagues in the regions will have yet another effective management tool, which will help them save money. Forest management. Unfortunately, document circulation here is still paper-based. Thus, we believe we have to unify all the existing systems, re-engineer them, and to introduce digital document turnover, and services also should be transferred to the online mode.
The objective is to have a unified digital space for the entire forest industry. One more thing. So the geoinformational system means that all Russian constituencies will be covered by it. But in Perm, in Novosibirsk regions, the systems are already available, so we need to integrate them correctly, preserving the achievements of our colleagues. Then, digital platform for subsurface use. It's clear that the majority of GR data is on paper. Mostly our companies process this data with foreign software. Therefore, the decision speed is slow, and we can't use at maximum our subsoil. So the initiatives are to drive automation of key business processes in the area. We plan to digitize completely all GR information of huge volume of terabyte. Therefore, we consider cloud storage and use of client services. For the regions, we will recommend that constituencies get connected through personal accounts, and Russian subsoils do not plan to have regional systems. About 70 constituencies already signed a contract to get connected to the universal system and transfer their information into the general system. Next initiative, the comprehensive waste management system. When citizens get updated information and their inquiries answered, it's a comprehensive system combining two initiatives, the existing GR information system, GIS, and the planned federal state system to take accounting of municipal waste. So we plan to have the regional integration with the new GIS, and we've developed guidelines for regional digitalization, because we can move in parallel using the same guidelines for methodology and equipment. So we plan to connect Ministry of Energy of Nature Use to regions and vice versa. So that's exactly how we worked with specially protected areas, the same pattern. Next initiative. Support and development on eco-tourism, especially and also management of specially governed territories. Currently, we do not have a universal system that would cover local and federal experience in this respect. We need this comprehensive data both for authorities, for researchers, for public. And as an initiative, we started a pilot for the system by the end of 2020. By the end of 2021, the speaker corrects himself. And we have certain guidelines to see the capacity for developing the platform further, to update it based on negative comments. Of course, there were negative comments. We plan to develop the system further. And for our public, it will be a source for information on tourist trails and getting permits to enter specially preserved areas. Regional teams do similar job, and we plan to integrate their systems with our federal system. Artificial intelligence. Last year we ran a pilot to recognize protected animals, listed animals. The project was run without state money, so we had other finances. My last slide is a register for state hunting facilities. We need to digitally collect information. Currently, it's done on paper, and we need to consider the frontiers of hunting areas, animals hunted, and also hunting permits issued to individual hunters. These are our priorities. So the draft decree is prepared, and it is to be approved soon by interdisciplinary authorities. And probably we will work on this paper once again with regions. All these initiatives must be implemented throughout 2022, 2023 at the latest. With our constituencies, with our regional colleagues, we plan to run more meetings. We had one scheduled earlier this year, but unfortunately it didn't happen because we have a lot of challenges to resolve together. Last year, in addition to developing the digital principles, we developed subordinate documents, and they were discussed with regions as part of the law being developed on strategical planning for the federal level. And we plan to get it approved by the Russian Federal Authority, and it will be included with the guidelines to develop digital platform. Thank you, Anton Igorovich. You just loaded us, showered us with tons of information. Thank you for this data. I work on similar challenges, but at the regional St. Petersburg level. I understand the amount of issues you face. That's a pity that you failed to have a workshop as you spoke. But thank you. I hope my colleagues will support me. Now we have a clear vision about the avenue for that the Ministry of Natural Resources drives us. We try to use your system. It is not easy, but thank you very much for updating us with new data. Thank you on my behalf and on behalf of our online colleagues. Digitalization is a priority. Another priority is adapting to climate change. That's another trend, another theme for the environment world. It was present at the end of the year, and it's ongoing. In addition to adaptation, we see another wide range of things like mitigation of climate change. Therefore, it's extremely important to talk about reducing greenhouse gas emissions. We are the environmentalists, and we know that the greenhouse gases emitted by volcanoes and by marshlands are many-fold higher than human or anthropogenic greenhouse gases. But let us talk about adaptation plans. Natalia Sokolova, who is the head of Environment and Environment Protection of the Expert Committee at the Federal Council on Natural Use, and she's the member of the subcommittee on chemical safety. Natalia, the floor is yours. What are the risks to implement the long-term strategy for low carbon emissions for greenhouse gases up to 2050 in Russian Federation, considering the reviewed logistic chains? Thank you for the floor. I'm so happy to be back in my native city. I would like to thank the Nature Use Subcommittee of St. Petersburg, Branch Committee of St. Petersburg, for giving me the floor. That's excellent that we have this plenary session, but also the Federal Council will run a specific meeting on the 24th of March at 11 o'clock. You are invited to join. It is more, the latter meeting is more about adaptation plans. However, we must consider living in the new changed world with economic sanctions, and whether it's possible or not to keep to the COP requirements. It must be discussed together at this great and big environmental forum. This is the first one after sanctions and counter-sanctions were introduced. We understand the document base that drove to develop this strategy. That's a low-carbon strategy, but again, it is geared towards social and economic challenges. Of course, we used Order 666 decree of the president. However, in addition to looking at environmental interest of the society, we also look at social and economic interests. In November 2021, the list of actions was published by the president. As you know, President Putin is a visionary, and back then in November, it was clearly written that the priority is for the economic development. The document recognizes that the authority must implement the low-carbon strategy, but at the same time to assure the maximum pace of rate of growth for the Russian economy and prosperity of the Russian people. Then we see the line of meetings run by the first deputy of the Russian government, Andrei Remov, about the implementing this document. So low-carbon agenda is linked tightly with the regulated and planned economic growth rate. The logistic chains have changed, and therefore the strategy is impacted. Last week we saw the discussions of Russia's leaving the European Council, the Council of Europe, and that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights doesn't have Russia as a signatory any longer. However, this document is quite all, that's what I mean, the low-carbon document. There are additional frameworks introduced where the national legislation has the supremacy if international framework does not meet the Russian constitution. So regardless of sanctions and indeed Russia leaves certain agreements when it comes to European norms, we still keep unchanged our obligations under Sustainable Development Targets goals. And goal number 13, combating climate change, must be linked to other links. Goal 17 is not expensive and clean energy. And our country make a major breakthrough. In addition to wind and sun, these technologies are actively developed in the south and in the far east of the country. We have hydro generation and nuclear generation, which is considered clean and is part of the European taxonomy. It allows Russia to bypass many of European countries. So energy must be clean, but also affordable, not expensive. And it is all linked to the prime goal, goal number 1, to exterminate poverty. And if public bill for utilities for heating is very high, we are heading to the public unrest. And goal number 12 is responsible consumption, is still high on the agenda, but logistic networks, chains are changed, and we change our direction. If we want to move towards circular economy, and there were separate projects and entire set of actions, and cyclic economy was a very popular term, and we formed the base to launch the cycle economy. But now we understand that we have a great amount of prime resources, and we cannot export them through logistic networks and chains operating for the previous decades. Now we understand that primary resources, energy resources, won't be used fully, and therefore we can't take secondary resources. The paradigm will change towards higher energy efficiency. We will try to save the environment, the financial situation. We will use primary resources at first, but increase the efficiency and energy efficiency. This strategy up to 2050 and by 2060, Russia must be completely a net zero country. We have the intensive developmental scenario, which requires the use of new financial tools, so-called green financing. Now we see that foreign companies left Russia and they were investors into our processing industry, into energy sector. But also there are ranking agencies, they moved and they bring down Russian companies' ratings in ESG. So there are no more green ranking. And my personal opinion is for the next 5 years we won't have funds. So therefore, our state will not manage alone. Here comes the question whether for the next 5 years it is still intensive or it will be rather inertia. This is the current wording in the strategy. The strategy is fresh, adopted half a year ago. Now we have the roadmap draft, and there are general risks which are listed, like there are no stimuli for the use of secondary energy resources in goods manufacture, because we have the additional supply, extra supply, as our export policy has changed. Taxation policy changed. The risk of the greenhouse gas balance, stagnation due to the lack of green financing. That's the general picture. Now, by industries, energy. Our energy complex, gas and energy complex, was the key issuer. Carbon energy is stagnating. The strategic document says that Russia may occupy up to 20% of the market for carbon energy, for hydrogen energy. And then again, as I said, hydrogen energy. Transportation changes both for cargoes and for passengers. Cargo breakdown changed already 2 years ago when containers moved from China to the United States and then couldn't be delivered empty. That's too expensive. 2 years ago, we saw the surge in metal prices tenfold overnight. Just in a month, we saw more expensive prices per one container. Now we can't have containers coming back full. Logistic chains are different now. For the industry, when it comes to cycle economy, we are heading towards stagnation, and unfortunately, diesel and green fuel goes forward to 5 to 10 years. Control mechanisms. One of them is the roadmap. You saw the roadmap broken down by industries, but the document must be updated. And I just talked this morning with the Ministry of Economic Development. They are updating their part in the draft roadmap because the environment is changing. We are aware of it. The strategy is there. We have 30 years at least up to 2050 to the or 38 years to the total net zero. The plan, the action plan under the roadmap is to be changed. When it comes to the performance indicators, there is one item. We can do we can look at performance indicators through industries for energy efficiency. However, the volume and the unit efficiency of investments in reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, that's not so easy. We have approved projects for Rusal, SWEG, and Eurakim. These are private strategies for low carbon adopted for these specific companies, and Rusal will be reporting soon to the Federal Council. It will be interesting to see how they plan to manage it under the new circumstances. The second scenario of low carbon strategy is possible only with the help of green financing. It's now impossible. Therefore, we change our gears. International financial transactions are blocked, as it's clear, and many Russian projects close down since there is no green financing. So
Of course, our logistic chains will change, and agricultural products, metal products, chemical industry, pulp and paper industry, and machine building, automotive industries stay the best chances for development. And here we may discuss how export and import structure will change. On the one hand, it's great that we will export raw materials less. We will be engaged in imports replacement actively, and we will develop our processing industry. And we will have more greenhouse gases emitted since we will utilize much more energy for the industry. But anyway, the economy will grow. Before, we used to buy more sophisticated products at high prices, and we exported raw materials at low prices. I do hope that we will start exporting completely different products now, finished products, sophisticated products. We will have partners such as Brazil, India, China, and South Africa, and the Middle East, and ASEAN countries and other countries will continue to cooperate with us, and this cooperation will be expanded. Here you see the diagram of emissions of the world. You see the most polluting industries. The chemical industry is responsible for quite a large amount of emissions. Here you see the historical development of emissions. We are talking not about CO2 only, but about other greenhouse gases as well. And transportation, logistic routes will become longer. We will have more goods from India and China. Thus, CO2 emissions will increase. Here we have to look at some key points. You see there will be certain changes also inflicting CO2 emissions. Thank you so much for your attention. Colleagues, I do hope that we will continue to pursue low-carbon strategy, but let's remember that, first of all, this is a social and economic strategy, and these interests should not be in contradiction with environmental interests. And once again, I invite you to our session with the regions. Thank you so much. Well, you outlined quite a sad perspective for the coming 5 years. Okay, we will look for solutions for these problems. Well, these are opportunity windows. I like the idea of a fish flying out of her home, which was small and smelly, but she sees a wider ocean with clean water. So crisis is about new opportunities, so not only problems. So, dear colleagues, we perfectly realize that all environmental issues are based on information. Information is the mother of intuition and the main source of information. And as specialists, we try to rely on reliable data. So state statistics is the most reliable information. And now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Nikiforov, head of the State Statistics Service of St. Petersburg and the Leningrad region. Oleg Nikolaevich, can you tell us about the role of official statistics in the environmental monitoring? Dear colleagues, what about this technical problem? Can we solve it? Well, we will give you 15 minutes to solve the problem, and now I will give the floor to Mr. German, head of the Nature Use Committee of St. Petersburg. He will tell us about the climate change adaptation plan and digital transformation. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thanks to its geographical location and the role of the Educational Industrial Center, St. Petersburg has become the focal point of change. Of course, citizens of the northern capital are suffering from negative consequences of environmental pollution. Thus, we developed a project to assess geological risks which exist in the territory of our city. The obtained results helped us develop the regional adaptation strategy. What are the problems? The increase of the year average temperature and the average annual precipitation rate, the changing level of the Baltic Sea and the Gulf of Finland, and more often and intense floods, also destruction of the coastal line of the Gulf of Finland, and so on. The administration of St. Petersburg issued a strategic law on the necessity of due account of of climate changes and environmental situation in the city when making decisions. So we have a plan till 2035, which includes climate change adaptation measures. It contains the following: measures to mitigate the climate change, wind protection, complex state programs, energy, transportation, industry, water supply and discharge system up to 2050. As you know, in December 2025, the first document was approved, which rules climate change adaptation plans development. In accordance with the plan and in view of top priority of the modern climate agenda in 2025, St. Petersburg started to implement the complex of measures to mitigate climate change. And the deadline is very short. It's very near. We have to collect all the information first. And there will be federal law which will help the regions to work towards this. As of now, the federal law is not adopted yet. That's why the passports of the environmental safety of St. Petersburg will be approved by the regional authorities. We inventorized what we have, all the information about our forests, about the flood areas, and so on. Using the existing methods, we assessed the greenhouse gases emissions, and the results you see on the slide. Also, we are working on the enhancement of heating system. And here we have attained really good results. The majority of heat sources use natural gas. Climate change poses risks for people's health. Indeed, there is a correlation between the temperature in St. Petersburg and disease levels, diabetes and influenza, lung diseases, bronchitis, asthma, and so on. Risk assessment will allow us to understand the consequences. All this information should serve the basis for the development of climate change adaptation plan. So we are developing measures to change the city infrastructure so that to protect people's health. Some large companies of St. Petersburg already have such plans. We plan to use the information for the city-level programs. This should be a living document. It should be continuously revised and updated. In 2021, the St. Petersburg Research Foundation was created, financed from the Russian Research Fund and the government of St. Petersburg. In 2022, 23 research projects on climate change will be financed. Of course, these results will become a good basis for introducing future corrections into our program. There are 3 cities, Sevastopol, Moscow, and St. Petersburg, which are a bit different from the others. We have to take decisions after harmonizing our activities with our neighbors. St. Petersburg and Leningrad region form a single environmental system, so they share all the risks. It's a meeting of Coordination Council. A decision was taken to set up a working group to develop regional plans. This is an information component. In 2008, in St. Petersburg, a geological atlas was put together and published. We outlined factors influencing the climate change, geological risks. As a result, in 2015, a coast protection plan was developed. Unfortunately, it's not fully implemented, but it is quite relevant in today's conditions. Also in St. Petersburg, we have such a project as environmental passports of St. Petersburg. It contains territories with restrictions for economic activities and other information. In August last year, the strategy of digital transformation was approved. Unfortunately, environment and nature use was not included. Only some aspects were there, but the situation is changing. And the next strategy will include 5 measures to be taken in our sector. Future development will look as follows. The existing passport will be expanded and new components will be integrated, like instruments for data storage and process modeling, so that we can harmonize plans of all the regions to counteract climate change. So I liked the previous speakers very much. The presentations were so informative and detailed, especially the one about statistics. It shows the vector of development of our industry. and the general picture as well. So thank you so much for your presentation, and thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Alexander Viktorovich. Mr. Nikiforovich is online. Nikiforov is online. Oleg Nikolaevich, hello. Good afternoon, colleagues. Can you hear me? Yes, we are all ears. Can you put up my presentation? I wanted to consider the official statistics by the current environmental monitoring system, and experts of Rosstat helped to make this presentation. So environmental state policy is about setting priorities and activities to prevent and mitigate negative environmental impact, and to make rational use of nature. So these tasks are impossible without reliable statistics. In Russia, these are the sources to get statistic data it's done on the federal level and then at 17 regional authorities. Also, there are industry-related or domain-related registries. The development of environmental monitoring and statistics, both domestically and abroad, teaches us that reliable parameters and indicators must be used. Russia has the comprehensive system of statistic indicators for environmental protection. That's a Russian system. Let's call it a complex system. By 2017, it was approved by Rosstat exactly in year 2017. It includes 84 parameters, 16 authorities participated in generated these several dozens indicators. And indicators are included into the action plan that is approved annually and monitored by the state. It's a regular exercise. So we have 12 chapters in the comprehensive system. Pollution of air and depletion of ozone layer, change of climate, water resources, biodiversity, land, agriculture, energy, transportation, waste, natural disasters, environmental violations, and financing for environment. Every indicator within the comprehensive system has a passport kept by the ministry. Ministry gets the source information and generates the combined information. There are also references to the action plan. Every indicator has a description with units, statistics, instruments that collects source data, regularity for generating aggregated data and the aggregation level for statistics, and the correspondence between Russian indicator and international target indicator. As I said, as we generated data to monitor environment, there are 18 different authorities, ministries, sub-ministries involved. So the data must be full in the system, and Rosstat provides 35% of the entire indicators pool. Then we have Rosgidromet with 12%, Rosprirotnadzor 11%, Russian Water Resources 10%. But if we sum up all indicators developed by the Ministry of Nature with their sub-ministries, then their share will be higher than the share of Rosstat. While other ministries and departments are important in generating indicators because they are part of the comprehensive system, like the Federal Registration Service of Cadastre and Cartography. The system has all indicators described and based on Rosstat website. Metadata includes hyperlinks to actual parameters, actual values of the parameters. So interested users for the system may have a faster and simplified view of the statistics placed on the web. Distribution of environmental information done through the official internet portal Rosstat.gov.ru. That's an annual national report about the cadastre of anthropogenic emissions, the state presentation on environment, and official statistic publications. Any wide range of users may use this data, including high officials, heads of companies, researchers, experts of international environmental organizations. Any interested users may access the data. Official statistics play a high role when it comes to assure informational support to environmental protection. 35 indicators of the National Environmental Project cover 9 avenues, including waste management, preservation of rivers and lakes, preservation of Baikal Lake, and preservation of the Volga River, among others. So these 35 indicators are mandatory, and they are covered by the plan with ministries and organizations assigned to them, like Ministry of Construction, Ministry of Natural Use, etc. Official statistics has indicators by cities, and Rosstat provides data on finances, on replacement of pipage, on improving living facilities. Rosprirotnadzor publishes data on emissions, both fixed and moving, the use of water. Rosgidromet provides data on air pollution in cities. Environmental statistics in general is systemic. However, the outcome answers just to one challenge or one issue, and it's not clear whether all statistic profiles were included, and we can't see the full picture based on indirect indicators, and to identify missing elements and to make links to other industries, especially when it comes to finances. So there are accounts of the environmental and economic accounting. Rosstat keeps installing such accounts based on the decisions of Statistic Committee. So these accounts are systemic when it comes to arranging information on environment. The core here is to use the accounting notions, rules based on the national account system. In reality, in practice, the natural/economic accounting is based on tables where we see resources, their use, and bills for resource use. Foreign experience, other countries show that such accounts must be arranged together based on interdisciplinary cooperation of different actors for nature. And it is controlled by the national statistic body. In 2018, Росстат ordered the research with regard to the guidelines for constructing such accounts. And the adapted to the Russian specifics and to its informational resources approach was presented. The justified totality of guidelines on how best create the comprehensive and single system of natural and economic accounts was suggested. The data is needed. Nature protection bodies cover part of it, but also they cover the use of natural assets. Therefore, the Minister of Finance, Russian Treasury, Russian Customs are included into the overall scope, and it requires greater interdepartmental integration. In short term, Росстат focused on priority natural economic accounts. In 2020, in mid-February, the Russian government approved the action plan, so-called roadmap, to introduce priority natural economic accounts, setting up key arrangements and key actors to be involved with such accounts to be part of the regular statistics. It is planned to do step-by-step based on modules, based on the granular development of the informational system. And there will be a comparison between calculations and indicators and green development targets. After 2024, the accounts are planned to be developed, guided by the methodological support and based on the priority. Major resources are needed for that, for the guidelines. International statistics standard is the core to be implemented, and this is the priority for Росстат by 2024. The data obtained through such accounts will share information how natural resources are used, whether it's too fast, and whether it endangers the fast depletion, and whether the pollution is beyond the natural capacity of the environment to cope, and whether there is an impact to human health. And if such, then response will be developed quickly. The environmental monitoring and building up the system of natural and economic accounting requires joint efforts by different ministries based on unified guidelines and international standards. Thank you. Oleg Nikolaevich, your presentation was short, but you touched upon a great diversity of challenges. And just to recognize the scope of this major effort, it's immense. Of course, your presentation will help for us, because now we have the structure of statistics. Now we've got the library of nature user through statistics within the 15-minute presentation. I announce a 10-minute break, and during the second part of our session, the leaders of plan adaptation to climate change will share their experience. Some are still negotiating their plans, and some have their plans approved. We will hear researchers on future climate change, on changes in the greenhouse emissions, how they are measured, useful tips, useful developments shared by experts. A 10-minute break is announced.
Let's continue. The next speech will be given by the head of the Nature Use Department from Moscow, Regional Climate Change Adaptation Plan of Moscow, Anton Andreevich Kulbachevsky. Can you hear us? Yes, sure. Good afternoon, dear friends, colleagues. Glad to see all of you. Despite the changing world, there are certain priorities we stick to for the country, for the cities, citizens, and economy. These are environment, energy saving, and climate change adaptation. At the federal level, climate policy is a priority one. We have ambitious goals to decrease greenhouse gas emissions. Given the economy grows in 2030, we expect a slight growth of emissions, and later there will be a reduction of 14%. In the long term, by 2050, we plan to decrease emissions by 60%. And by 2060, we will strike a balance. In Moscow, we have a scenario and action plan for mid-term and long-term. And we set working forces consisting of economists and experts. This work will allow us to decrease emissions by 25% by 2030. We have to increase energy generation efficiency, decrease energy consumption by buildings. We will continue electrification of transport and so on. Moscow is a megapolis, and CO2 emissions, 70% of all CO2 emissions come from the energy complex. In 2020, the reduction of CO2 emissions already accounted to 18% compared with 2017. GDP energy efficiency is a good indicator. It has reduced by 38% during the recent years. Modernizing energy generation systems has been achieved due to deployment of new technologies, energy saving by all individuals is very important. If we make all households save energy, we will be able to considerably decrease the overall energy consumption. Our new buildings should be energy efficient. Green solutions in construction has a great potential for the sector decarbonization. Some construction solutions are especially effective. For example, individual heating stations, modernization of all engineering systems of a building can give us about 20% of energy efficiency. Transportation plays a great role in energy efficiency development. By 2030, all transportation will be electrified. All public transportation is more effective than individual because it helps reduce emissions. Of course, clean energy sources are very important. In Moscow, it's natural gas. Emissions are much less. We are developing metro station network and electrobuses. Already 620 tons of emissions has been eliminated. For the first time in Russia, we have issued green sub-bonds, which are highly demanded by the market players. Demand is 25% higher than offer supply. It can also help us further decrease CO2 emissions. Specially protected zones account for 30% of all the territory. 1 billion tons annually is the annual potential. Here we have to continue measuring in order to get good results. As for the weather changes, both temperature and precipitation levels change. We have had the record amounts of precipitation 5 years before. 5 years ago, we developed a method of climate change, risks assessment, and adaptation measures. First of all, we forecasted climate characteristics and risks and climate threats. Moscow is less vulnerable to these threats, however, it will feel the consequences anyway. There were periods of extreme heat and extreme temperature changes. All these influences the infrastructure and, of course, the people. Thus, we listed the risks and made a list of measures to counteract them. They have already been integrated in the branch-specific development programs. The results are quite sustainable. However, we still observe some abnormal phenomena. We already know that temperatures during the warm and cold periods already exceed the statistic figures. Thus, we have to forecast the future figures and include them into our strategies. Only this will help us make our measures economically efficient. In Moscow, 10 years ago, respective measures were introduced into development programs. Thank you for your attention, dear colleagues. Thank you for your informative presentation. It was extremely interesting for us in St. Petersburg to see what's going on in Moscow. Next, turn to our next presentation from the southern part of Russia, Kursk district. Tiana Pankratovna, head of the Department of Environmental Protection for the Committee of Natural Resources of Kursk region, shall tell us about the practical experience of the region in the development of climate change adaptation plan. Thank you so much for the opportunity to talk at such a high-profile event. Unfortunately, we could not come to St. Petersburg. Could you please put on my presentation? Yes, it's on the screen. Thank you. So the Kursk region is one of the first entities to adopt the climate change adaptation plan. We were among 4 entities most susceptible to climate change. The Committee for the Natural Resources of our region is responsible for implementing this strategy. We set up a workforce consisting of territorial organizations like Rosprirоднадзор, Роспотребнадзор, and Rosgidromet, and some executive bodies from the region. On every slide you see a QR code. It refers to the regional adaptation plan already adopted. If you are interested, you can have a look. So, to develop the plan, our region has conducted a huge work. We've analyzed a lot of materials and sent requests to every respective body, federal and regional. Also, we engaged industries of the region, and we have quite big industries, some metalworks and so on. They also provided some ideas for the plan. Here on the slide you see some open sources indicated. Primarily climate assessment information was provided by our regional branch of hydrometeorological organization free of charge. Also, we were provided with information by the Institute of Global Environment and Climate. We took an analytical approach and assessed threats. We used information provided by the Institute of Global Climate and Kursk. We have a lot of dangerous phenomena, droughts and other climatic abnormalities, so it was absolutely necessary, we badly needed to develop such a plan. Our soils are drying out, and we had to take it into account when developing the climate change adaptation plan. Our plan included the following: energy-saving technologies, green energy for industries, irrigation systems which use green technologies, green construction. So we are suffering from dry soil, and Kursk is an agricultural region, so it's a burning issue for us. Also, we are working towards the decrease of greenhouse gas emissions and so on. Priority measures are as follows: ensuring our harvest and ensuring inventory of food products and medications and all the consumer goods required for our industries to work sustainably in the condition of climate change. We realized that, first of all, we need to provide for certain measures required for our infrastructure to survive in the conditions of climate change, and then we will improve it, introducing energy efficiency technologies, green technologies, irrigation systems, and so on. Also, in our plan, we have measures to be implemented under the acting federal programs. For example, in 2022, we already have financing for the projects. We will not have to spend anything extra. Later on, we will continue to search financing and use the resources provided by the federal and regional programs. At the federal level, we still do not have an instruction obliging entities to develop plans, and also in terms of financing, we are in a mess. So that's all with me. On the next slide, you see the context, so we will be glad to get your feedback. Any ideas on the correction of our plans? Thank you so much. We could see you and hear you quite well, and we wish you all the success and send best regards from St. Petersburg to the Kursk region. And the next presentation will be made by Vladimir Kosoy, head of the Geophysical Observatory named after Vayekov. He will tell us about the climate change agenda. I regret that I was unable to participate in this session, but I will try to send my message, to voice some of my ideas. Initially, I was supposed to speak about international and Russian climate agenda. It's quite a general topic, so it requires a lot of more time to prepare a talk on it, so I will just generally outline it. Tomorrow, on the 23rd of May, we will celebrate the International Day of Meteorology, and this year the special symbol of this festival will be prevention. We will talk especially about prevention Talking about the climate, we can't but mention the experts' reports presented by the group of experts in August last year and in February this year. These reports are quite long and informative. However, the information can hardly called new. What was said in the reports was quite obvious. Indeed, the climate is changing, and changes are attributed to the economic activity of people, and we have to do something about it. And it is discussed at the conferences.
And the last discussion happened November last year. Talking about outcomes, it's quite funny to note that adaptation to climate change became a priority over the mitigation of the impact. And there is a reason for that, because we know how weather impacts humanity, even in monetary terms. Adaptation to climate change means that we have to consider climate science, technology, high tech, research challenges, and pressing issues related to climate agenda. To my mind, two are needed to be highlighted. First, climate sensitivity to the external impact. Currently, it's not so definite, though we are positive that climate systems do respond to the impact. However, the range between the difference between the climate models and external impact scenarios are quite the range is quite vast. And the other element right at the surface in the research agenda, what are the sources of climate active substances? And here I mean greenhouse gases and aerosols. So the sources, together with some other issues, it became a theme and an integral part of the federal research program. It's a Russian program. It was launched about half a year ago by the President of Russia, and it covers the term up to 2030. Actions to be resolved by our research and technology. The program talks about getting reliable data on the climate system. That's the first task. What's the current status? Future to expect, again based on data. The quality is important for the data, internationally attested, and the data must be the base of our national standing when we talk about international, when we talk about climate. Well, the Federal Research and Technical Program, of course, focuses on data immensely. But also, there are some other important priorities, like monitoring of multi-year permafrost. For Russia, that's relevant because there are regions with permafrost. Climate impact on agriculture, that's another long neglected theme, but now put into the program. And we are facing yet another challenge. I talk about interaction between practice and research. The use of data at hand and that will be received in the next dozen years, that's a challenge. So the professional community must verify the data on climate system status now and in the future. Let us look at the context. I'm talking about implementing the national plan for climate adaptation. Regions this year will develop their climate change strategies. It's quite complicated, as we see already now. And it will require multiple efforts. And here comes the importance of correct data interpretation and correct use of this data in applications, so-called translation of the data to practice. High tech is essential because climate science uses them. The monitoring system, computers that are needed to generate scenario forecasts. Digitalization is at play, significantly engaged. The speed of data provision when it comes to weather systems or the beauty of display of weather displays is ensured by programmers, people who work with the code. The accuracy is more important than the beauty in this respect. And here we need a dialogue between programmers from different domains and experts from different domains. This is briefly just the outline of most pressing challenges when it comes to digitalization and use of high tech, and when we talk about climate impact and adaptation. So the international community faces the same challenges, and we attend different events. We see the effort spent to resolving these challenges. With this, I thank you for your attention. Remotely, we thank you too, because we can't talk to you directly. The next speaker, it's not about, it's from Atmosphere Research Institute, Morozova Nina, the department head. She will talk about accounting. Her department is for greenhouse gas accounting. And she will speak about greenhouse gases and net zero regional experience. Good afternoon, delegates. Thank you for your invitation to speak at your event. Yes, we will speak about net zero. That's a priority in today's conversation. You saw my department on the slide, mentioned on the slide. It's a priority for governments for many countries. The global transition to the green economy is a way to reduce anthropogenic impact on the planet. And we talk about net zero, meaning zero emissions of carbon into the atmosphere. So 28 to 2018 says that 1.5%, that was the rate of growth of CO2. About 80% of emissions were by G20. Compared to 1990, the mass of global emission of greenhouse gas grew by 40 to 50%. The most important input to the global anthropogenic emission was by China, the US, India, Russia, Japan, Brazil, and Indonesia. Other countries are no more than 2%, but in total it's 43% by other countries. The national input to the regional response to the threat of climate change, countries says the strategy to reduce the emissions. And COP26, Alex Sharman said that about 80% of countries undertook carbon zero obligations within several years. Russia also undertook the carbon neutrality by 2060. And Russia was pushed because demand to our export, like gas, oil, and coal, will drop because our key trade partners like China and the US already announced their net zero programs. Many countries and national associations, cities introduce their own systems to regulate anthropogenic emissions. And national regulation may cover a huge majority of energy efficiency programs. They are all listed on this slide. World Bank says that January 1st, 2021 saw about 21% of global emissions of greenhouse gases are covered by regulations. And regulations are quotas and taxes, carbon taxes and duties. July 14, 2021, Euro Commission introduced the law, which is called Fit for 55, to combat climate change. It covers the existing laws and updates. The program is focused on reducing the emissions at least 55%, the CO2 emission if compared to 1990, and net zero CO2 by 2050. The tougher European regulation worsens competition of European countries compared to other economies. And the EU Commission says that the mechanism will help to reduce greenhouse gases outside. That's why this carbon border adjustment mechanism is introduced. Let's call it CBAM. And it means there will be duties on imported goods based on the carbon tail. So, and the funds will be used for the benefit of the environment. So, CBAM mechanism is not welcome but by exporting countries. As you know, the Russian Duma gets the draft law that deals with a similar issue. Till recently, CBAM was believed that raw materials supplied to Europe from Russia will be losing in the price war. The total export at carbon-intensive products to Europe is about $180 billion per annum, and CBM tax is about $30 per ton. For Russian exporters, losses could be between 3 to 5 billion per annum, and oil exporters might have lost $2.5 billion, and metallurgical companies up to 1 billion rubles. The same is fair for fertilizers from Russia, but now everything is on hold. The introduction of CBM pushed introducing important greenhouse gas regulation legislation in Russia. November 2020, the Russian president published a law 666 on reducing greenhouse gas emissions to implement COP, and by 2030 it was entrusted with the government to reduce up to 70% the level of emissions if compared to 1990, and increasing the absorption capacity of forest and other ecosystem, considering the social economic development of the Russian Federation. And January 2022, Russia puts into action the limitation of greenhouse gas emissions. This law is the first step to start regulating legally CO2 emissions. And we must achieve at the same time sustainable development of the Russian economy. European model of regulation is different because in Russia Russian law doesn't have the quotas and payments. The priority is to protect Russian manufacturers and give the business the possibility to use climate projects and reduce carbon footprint of its products. Regulated organizations which emit 150 and up thousand tons of CO2 equivalent per annum, they will start report on greenhouse gases starting January 2023. Regulated organizations with 50 and more thousand tons of CO2 equivalent per annum provide reports starting January 2025. And so failure to present the report or incomplete report or falsified information will result in administrative penalties. For officials above 100,000 rubles, and for individual entrepreneurs about 200,000 to 500,000, and for legal entities from 200,000 to 1 million rubles. And therefore, the administrative violation code is updated accordingly. The law says that legal entities, private persons, and individual entrepreneurs can implement climate projects, and the projects are listed in the carbon register, including data on carbon units that are issued thanks to climatic projects, as well as information of transfer of carbon units. Having the register and transactions in carbon units, all of it done by the operator, and there are contracts between actors processing these carbon units. October 2021, the chairman of the Russian government approved the social and economic development strategy for low level of emissions by 2050. So getting to net zero is a state strategy, at the same time achieving the sustainable economic growth. There are two scenarios: inertia-based and target. target means intensive. The target or intensive scenario is the prime scenario. The difference between scenario is in the measures for decarbonization. Target scenario to ensure competition, competitive edge, and sustainable economic development of Russia during the global energy transfer. So, and here we must assure the faster non-energy export, faster increase of investments to the base capital, and stable growth of real available income. At the same time, compared to in inertia scenario, we expect the slower energy export starting 2030.
The overall economy growth level will stand above average. Investment will be required at the level of 1% of GDP into emissions decrease. In 2030 and 1.152% in 2031-2050. Up to 2050, the emission will drop by 60% compared with 2019. So Russia will achieve net zero by 2060. Carbon-free technologies require support. Secondary energy resources should be promoted. Taxation system changed. Green financing is required. And greenhouse gas utilization is needed. Within 6 months, a plan of strategy implementation was to be developed. So it has been done. According to the plan, there will be only 1% decrease of greenhouse emissions by 2030. So we cannot compare it with 2020 due to recession in the economy. Before, the Ministry for Economic Development stated that only after 2030 Russia will embark on a stable path of emission decreasing. So by 2060 we have to achieve net zero. This is a new benchmark, and till January 22 regions have to develop their decarbonization plans. So by the end of this year, we plan to finalize the development of national carbon regulation and launch the regional testing in Sakhalin. This is a law as of 6th of March 2022 on experimentation with greenhouse gases emission decrease. According to this, the region will achieve net zero in 2025 due to new regulating instruments like reports and quotas. The goal is to create proper conditions for greenhouse gas emissions decrease and development of methods for verification and accounting of these emissions. Transport means will be converted to blue fuel or electric energy. Renewable energy sources will be introduced, which will contribute to the decrease of emissions in the environment in general. So the test will happen in 2022 and net zero achievement is planned for 2025 in Sakhalin. By that time, all the tools will be tested and proved and methods determined. The experiment will allow the business to get valuable experience and thus bring to life a new regulation mechanism which will allow us to introduce and manage a new accounting system. For that, we need to determine and approve quotas for industries. They will be formed according to the emissions balance and with due account of our emissions decreasing targets. So a fee will be taken, and this money will go to finance climate projects. Of course, we need to develop verification system. This year, greenhouse gases have been inventorized in Sakhalin, and here you see the numbers. Emissions accounted to 12.3 million tons of CO2 and equivalents, and consumption 11.1 million tons. So the difference is the volume we have to decrease to achieve net zero. 0.8 million tons will go for the region. They will be responsible for the decrease of these amounts. The other will go to the business. 21 organizations will get quotas. They emit more than 20,000 tons of CO2 per year. There will be individual programs for achieving net zero for different organizations. Regions which will decide to join the experiment are free to develop their own criteria, and the best model of net zero achievement will be determined and assessed. Consequences for the region and for the business will be assessed, and quotas distribution mechanisms should be formulated. Already we have the Republic of Bashkortostan, Khabarovsky region, Irkutsk and Kaliningrad joined. As of today, half of the regions have not inventorized the greenhouse gases yet, so we cannot say that we can boast some tangible results. Thank you so much for such a fundamental presentation. Thank you, Irina Alexandrovna, and our next presentation will be made by Ms. Lukataeva, head of the Department of Complex Assessment of Pollution of the Institute of Applied Environment and Hygiene. She will tell us about the results of the federal project Clean Air implementation in Bratsk, Nizhny Tagil, Novokузнецк, Omsk, Cherpovets, and Chita. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this traditional forum. It's always a pleasure to see my colleagues and to hear some new ideas. When I was thinking about the topic for my presentation, digitalization, climate change, our institute decided to make a short speech on the federal project Clean Air. This project would not be possible without digitalization of all our activities. What is the idea of the project? It is intended for collecting data about pollutants in order to take managerial decisions, in order to locate industrial facilities properly, in order to build proper roads and manage transportation flows and so on. Data sources. There are three types of pollutants: industrial facilities, transportation, and especially in Siberia, a lot of emissions go from individual households, from autonomous heat supply units. For more than a decade, in our region, we have a computer data bank about pollutant sources in St. Petersburg. In St. Petersburg, there is a specific source, vessels, which is also part of computer data bank, and this information is successfully used for taking managerial decisions. In Siberia, we have also a specific source, which is not anyhow regulated, is individual households. When it comes to industrial facilities, we can obtain all the information about emissions in certain regulating bodies or certain books like a register of pollutants. In order to calculate the amount of emissions from cars, we have to carry out a study. We have to analyze the structure of the transportation flow, the speed, and so on. There is a respective method for that. As for autonomous heating units, the situation is quite vague here. There is no any method to assess the level of pollution. Only legal entities inventorize emission sources. Thus, it is absolutely not possible to assess emissions coming from individual households. So, in order to achieve something here, we need a special study of these autonomous heat units. We need to question the citizens about the nature of these units, about the fuel they use. So it's rather a social task, not environmental. Well, it's difficult to work with people. You have to persuade them to open the door and talk to you. This work was done under federal law, experimentation on quotas for industrial waste. So the information was collected, and you see that 12 participant cities and our institute did this work under the guidance of our regulators. So all in all, there were 45,000 industrial sources included into the list, 3,300 city infrastructure parts and autonomous heating units. So it is not possible to assess the situation without software. In Russia, we have been using these solutions for quite a long time. And maximum possible waste levels are being identified, and it is not possible without modern software. We are introducing software tools and creating computer data banks at the level of cities. In St. Petersburg, the software is being used and computer data banks are being updated, but it's not the case in all the cities of the Russian Federation. So the federal law adoption required to include more cities where information about polluting sources has been collected already. We used Ecologic Gorod software developed by Integral. It's a St. Petersburg company. This software tool allows not only to put together information on different polluting sources, but also what is important for the assessment of the atmospheric air pollution and to make calculations. We need to assess concentrations of pollutants in the air. This assessment is not possible if sources are not properly mapped. That's why it is also quite an important task to create digital maps of all the cities. Here you see the layers we used to fulfill the tasks of this federal project. A few words about the conclusion we obtained when implementing the project. The air was assessed in these cities: Bratsk, Nizhny Tagil, Novokuznetsk, Omsk, Череповец, and Chita. You see, the level of air pollution is different here. So the task is to reduce the air pollution level in the cities where it is extremely high. In Omsk, air is quite clean. However, Omsk is a large industrial city with thousands of sources and thousands of pollutants. from different anthropogenic sources. That's why this city was included into the project. These are sources of information. It's different in different cities. Autonomous heating units in Chita, you see there are 30,000 of those in Omsk. Industrial sources are prevailing. However, 50,000 and individual households are heated with coal primarily. It's worth noting. In Novokuznetsk, there are also 23,000 households heated with coal. Here you see the distribution of emissions between different sources. So one, I will not dwell upon those slides. Here you see pollutants which contribute to air pollution. You see the list is different in different cities. Benzopyren is everywhere. In Omsk, Novokuznetsk, Bratsk, Chita, we have a lot of it. And there we have a lot of industrial households with coal. Benzopyren is for class 1 dangerous substance.
And we must reduce its emissions. These are calculations of polluted air with zones of higher air pollution on nitrogen dioxide in Cherepovets, now benzopyrene in Chita. Red is for higher pollution between 5 to 7 permissible top allowed concentrations. So, and instrument monitoring attests to that. Last year, both summer and winter in Chita and Omsk, benzopyrene concentration were 17-fold of the allowed ultimate content. So when we have the database and tools, we can use them to assess different models when we see how the reduction of pollutants will improve the air. So the right slide shows the assessment, the pollution level with the benzopyrene when households will use natural gas for heating. So similar proposal was done for Novokuznetsk and Omsk. Conclusions. This job resulted in having databases and assessment of air pollution. The economic outcomes were also assessed. The computer database with the software were given to nature supervision departments of these cities, and it's a new step in nature supervision. Now, the watchdogs having databases may provide permissions for emissions. Having assessed themselves the project materials, they have, but previously this data was paper-based. Now it is e-data. The project Clean Air, once implemented in Russia, I think it will happen. And my colleague told us about supply chain changed globally. Now we have this opportunity to reshape the flows and to use gas to work on gasification for households in towns where air is polluted above the permissible concentration. So we can reduce the emissions by 20% and also have good standards of air. Thank you, especially for Cheetah. I was impressed with the data. Thanks using coal for heating in private households results in such environmental impact. We know about the air quality, but you showed the figures in terms of quantity. Thank you. You surprised me. And the last speaker, megaphone environment. Alex, we will have Mrs. Sukhanos, Alessia. Digital solutions of joint stock company Megaphone. How it is good for the environment. Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm very pleased to attend this landmark event, and I thank the organizers to be a speaker at the plenary. Digit used for economy. That's why I decided to talk about digitalization in our industry branch. So the global transition happens everywhere, globally, locally, and among many companies. Some companies are operating in the environmental segment. We are not, but we are engaged as we move through the global digital transformation. In February, we attended the strategic session of the Ministry of Natural Resources and Roshydromet. So we were pleased as an actor in the business community to be invited into the strategic session. Let me focus on certain elements in digitalization across industries. Our key idea is to centralize the data on a single platform. In fact, it was mentioned several times by state officials today that we must have a unique system which will comprise all significant data sources. So we develop software for that. There are three divisions here: the control of industrial emissions and dumping. And this is under the recently published law. And the data will be collected and then transferred online to the Rospotrebnadzor, that's the watchdog. And here we talk about the monitoring of the environment and clean air. Clean air is the priority. And an objective to set up the state monitoring system is to ensure the public satisfaction with the environment quality, first and foremost, the air quality. Then we focus on calculating the direct calculation, emission calculation methodology. We patented solutions last year. We were quite substantial in our approach because we think of later use of these solutions as part of the global information system. We use open integration protocols to make sure the data later can be used in any information system, regional, be it regional or federal. The ecosystem of Megaphone Ecologia is our proprietary development. Let me focus on two key aspects. As it was mentioned today by previous speakers, we must focus on data quality. Otherwise, it will be playing with the emotions of our public. So data, once presented, must be legitimate, and it must be verified and entered into a proper registers. And here we are guided by top technologies, allowing to to measure non-stop. There are markers like nitrogen dioxide and carbon oxide, which can be used as markers, and benzopyrene is a more complicated substance. However, we can have tools to monitor them. So we follow the development of instrumental methodologies for control, and we're hopeful for the bright future of such technologies. The structure of big systems and products must be able to handle big data. The detectors and sensors of air monitoring provide indicators, values every 5 seconds. Therefore, archives must be kept for several years, and that's a big data pool, which will enable decision-making and strategic actions. Therefore, we must think at the initial step how to handle the data and what infrastructure use. Reliability of data throughout system operation, that's another important aspect. Integration was already mentioned. So it's hardware, software, complex for safe city, and we also develop control centers. We allow flexible integration of information solutions. So at one instance, we can make the composition, but also we can collect data from automated and non-automated sources. That's important to note. Everything that was developed by the business community and by the constituency will be put just into one place, and no data lost and no requirements missing. One more thing. We implement projects in cities and in regions, and here is the list to the right of cities and regions. We public data for our population. Data publications are licensed, and therefore we got the necessary permits. So we are clear about data categories to be presented to our public and make sure they are visual and can be easily understood. Here are some interfaces of Megaphone environment or Megaphone Ecologia platform. Let me mention some resources. That's great that we're invited to official meetings of authorities, that we can monitor the developments and provide best solutions that are based on end-to-end technologies and are supported by our authorities, and we share best practices. That's great that all state bodies allow us to run pilot projects. And there are novelties in the law related to digitalization, but first we need to pilot solutions. For each new requirement, we have sub-laws on violation in the new law, and therefore constituencies must develop sub-laws as well. Thank you for your attention, and tomorrow I hope to see you at another meeting which is called Digitalization of the Environment. Dear friends, we have some time left. You may raise your questions to our speakers. Questions from the floor, but make sure you introduce yourself. You will be given the mic soon. I am Andrei Kalachev. I am from Rosprirоднадзор. I am the expert of the State Duma. As I listened to speakers, I had this question in mind. Our soldiers are fighting for the independence of Ukraine. And we are environmental experts continue the non-independent environmental strategy that was imposed on us. Clearly, there are climate myths, and I mean the ESG criteria. See, we are boiling in this soup, and we can't move forward. Our national project called Environment does not have the chapter related to industrial waste dumping and emissions. These are all, there are some declarations. So we handle just 1% of garbage, but that's 1% of country's waste. We speak about climate, but that's only 1.5 billion tons. And it's still a debate between the presidential staff, administration, and declarations by Abramchenko and others. Here comes my questions. When will we develop the national and sovereign environmental strategy that reflects interests of our country without dispersing our effort and energy to environmental myths? What will be your answer to people sitting in the audience when climate starts cooling off? We already see the trend, but we continue this imposed idea about warming up. The COP number 26 has already failed in Glasgow, and the one in Rome, October 31st, also failed. Even Antonio Guterres said that it's a failure, but we keep moving along the same line. Look into our state papers. Don't you see that it was just a cover-up? It has no substance when it comes to greenhouse gas emission reductions. Daily, I get information about laws adopted on energy, environment. I see the same technological regulations, requirements on CO2 emissions, SOx, NOx. The values are the same, but 2/3 of our time we discuss climate, and again climate. Climate is not a challenge. Decree 666 just showed exactly that Russia is the only country of COP which in fact, met its obligation several times. And all this talk is focused on keeping the West engaged, at least in this conversation. But that's an impossible confirmation because they set the play rules. We try to make sure that the calculations of our greenhouse gas emissions are done correctly. We work at the Natural Resource Ministry, and at the level of specific company, we waste our effort for nothing because there is no challenge in here, and we don't deal with real challenge. The Russian Academy of Science does not recognize the anthropogenic cause of climate change. You will not be able to show me this document. November 4th has this decree by Russian president published, number 666, says that we still have the scope of 40 extra % of emission. So that was rather a comment. Do you address any question to us or to the audience? Or we think that some people are online with us? Indeed, many things you mentioned are true. Carbon footprint, and then we have many pollutants that people inhale in cities. We have great challenges in terms of air. We can't swim in city water bodies. In our mega city, the challenges are massive, and in fact, our conference will look into them. Well, there is no round table for industrial waste. Indeed, that's quite a challenge. And our public raises questions and criticizes Ivan Alexandrovich, saying that our index is already low, but we must focus on air, on water, and on industrial waste. This chaos must be stopped, and it will be stopped. Otherwise, we have landfills that are illegitimate. We have dumps in our forests. So we must deal with it. The environmental agenda is set by the government. So our city administration therefore deals with the current agenda. Digital assessment, both for economy and environment, has a great potential, and we must do it globally and in this country. So there are things linked to this core challenge. All in all, many will support you on what you said. This digital story showed us that we don't do it. We imitate the solution to environmental challenges. We still don't have the efficient monitoring system that will allow to get data and make managerial decisions, because any process to be controlled starts with the monitoring system. So you can't discuss decision-making if we get information that we need in 6 months' time. Sorry for interrupting you. When you say that 6 months are needed to get information, both in St. Petersburg and in Moscow, we have online supply of information on air quality, on radiation, on surface waters, etc.
The data is summed up in 6 months only, and the state report is issued in 12 months. Only after that, we start doing something. The automated control system at enterprises is not installed at all. The principle polluter pays has led to the fact that monitoring is entrusted with enterprises that simply have no money to pay for that. So we have to change the national policy, environmental policy, which actually contains 3 aspects only. Principle number 1, we have to announce environment in economic category. Why so? We are living in a market economy, and the area without a cost, without value, cannot motivate for action, and environment today is absolutely free. Secondly, the main beneficiary is the government. But we have to get more specific when talking about the beneficiary. And we have to deal with environmental issues which are directly connected to our economic activities. Our friends in the West have been solving these problems since 1970. I mean, working with the industry, working with the energy sector, and we are successful only in those sectors where we have experts. It means that our industry is made greener, not by us, but by those partners which receive the products. Well, we don't have a lot of friends. No. So maybe the situation will change. Maybe Ivan Alexandrovich will add something. What I can say is the following. We see the consequences among the citizens. The disease level is growing. And we are getting a lot of phone calls about oil spills and leakages here and there. And there are certain pollution areas, and we have to deal with them right away, except for monitoring and strategies and so on. In our city, we have a lot of environment advocates. Don't say that people are silent. Well, it was a good discussion, but I want to ask other participants. Maybe you have questions to the speakers. We can continue this discussion on the margins. But you didn't answer my question. Well, you didn't allow me. We do not have a green phone number anymore. We have emergency service phone number. They work 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. They react promptly. Dear colleagues, the discussion time is over, and I would like to thank you for your activity, for involvement. I hope that you were interested. I hope that we managed to discuss the basic topics, and they will be expanded at the Big City Environment Forum. There will be 7 round tables about climate change adaptation and waste management and digital transformation at the level of experts. So you are invited tomorrow for a business program of the forum, and the day after tomorrow as well. And thank you for your attention, and have a good evening.